Hello, and welcome to Automat Live Coding. On this stream, we are writing Automat, a tool for game automation. It's a set of objects or pieces that you can connect together, where each piece can do something. When I click record, I can, for example, grab this object, move it around, switch this off. Now I recorded a macro with this macro recorder. This thing that you can see here, this is the mouse trace. If I press playback by clicking my mouse button here, I can move my hands, but it still moves. It performs the exact same movement that I've done originally. Basically repeats it. It's a macro recording tool. Unlike most macro recording tools, where you have to basically script the macro that you want to play back, I mean most, this is how AutoHotkey works. And AutoHotkey is a really nice macro recording tool. Macro playback tool. It cannot record. There is this one works kind of system-wide, and it has a little bit better insight into the rest of the operating system. We have, for example, this object. This is a window capture. It can, as you can see, capture the contents of other windows. And once you capture other windows, you can do OCR, so text recognition on them. I can select, for example, a section on screen. For example, this macro recorder. Text. See? It's not a text. This is a bitmap really, and it was captured with a screen capture. Maybe I can capture a higher resolution version. Okay, now this looks better. Anyway, it's not large. It's maybe, I don't know, 15 pixels tall. When I run this object, it will do text recognition, and it will recognize this text, which is written here. And this text, you can then hook it up to something else, and you can create pipelines that will do all sorts of stuff in games. Those objects, those that can capture windows, do OCR, they are in a very early stage of development. They have lots of bugs, and this is what we are going to do today. You can see there is misalignment here. There was some error messages before when I was fiddling with these objects. There's still a lot of things that we have to fix before it becomes usable. During the last stream, we added backgrounds. So now you have a special file. So in Automat directory, if you create assets directory, then you can replace any built-in image from Automat. It will just load your custom one. So this is a custom background, for instance, that I'm using. And we also wrote a nice shader so that when you zoom in, you can, instead of seeing blurry linear interpolation between pixel values, now you see those fancy halftone dots. It could be better. I think halftone dots should be offset by half a row. Not sure. Anyway. The plan for today is as follows. We will start with a tiny bug, which should be very fast to fix. So you can see I can have macro recorder here, connects to the timeline. But when I put it on the side, something weird happens at this point, at this place. When I move the macro recorder around, you can see this piece of cable jumps around. And this is because we have, when anything in Automat moves, we never render it on the next frame. We always render it a frame later, but immediately we use the old texture and we deform it. So this texture is being deformed by being attached to this point here. So when I move my mouse, we are basically shifting the texture to the most up-to-date position. But the other point, because of that, gets detached. We do it slightly different here, because here we also do this shifting, but here we are using two anchors. So there is this and this point, and they always stay attached, and the stuff that's in between, it gets warped. If I move it very, very fast, you can see that the cable gets slightly more bendy than it should. I mean, it gets kind of twisted if I move it like that. And this is because of this texture mapping. I'm using super beefy PC right now, but if the PC was slower, that would be much easier to see. Just one more bug that we'll fix, and it's that when I have a connection between a timeline and a macro recorder, when I take a macro recorder out, it disconnects. So nice, that's working correct. But if I take timeline out, it doesn't. It just stays connected. So this also has to be fixed. See, very small things, but there are plenty of things like that in Automat, and each stream we are taking care of a couple of them. And we intend to continue this bug fixing, FYI, till the end of the year. After end of the year, we are doing a big new feature. And this big new feature is actually slowly coming together, because those backgrounds that we implemented during the last stream, they bring us one step closer to custom backgrounds, bring us one step closer to a custom C++ environment within Automat, so that Automat can be extended. Oh, there is a bug. So that Automat can be extended by anybody without the need for any complex setup. So any user of Automat should have the tools to tweak the behavior of objects and to add their own objects into this environment. And those tools have to be high quality. I mean, I want to stop using other ways of writing Automat and just use the built-in environment, hopefully. I'm still thinking how this could work, but I think the simple idea would be that Automat will obviously include all of its sources as some assets. They will be just part of the executable. And we have a couple of options how this could then work. I don't think we have this project on the timeline. I mean, in here. So I will spend a couple of minutes explaining, let's say, options that we have here. So one option would be that the directory where Automat is running, that Automat will basically take control of this directory. So you will be able to unpack all of the sources of Automat into this directory and play with each file. And this is kind of how backgrounds work. You have this assets directory, and this is exactly the same as in Automat's home directory. See, there is these assets. And in here you will have this bg webp. So this is the background, this is the image file. And when I'm running Automat right now, I have a custom assets directory in a different directory. And here I have just my override bg-webp. And this is the custom background that I'm using. So this is one option. So when you unpack all of the assets, you will also unpack all of the sources. So the documentation, the licenses of sub-projects, everything is going to be extracted. And when it's extracted, you will be able to tweak anything you want and using whatever editors you want. Those editors could even be part of Automat. And then there will be an option to recompile everything back. And right now we have a Python infrastructure that takes care of this. This could also be taken care of by Automat itself. So Automat could kind of recompile its own core, each of the modules. So this is built-in development environment will include embedding, the option to unpack them, and honestly, those things, like embedding all sources, extracting them to current directory, this is something that already would take us a long way towards making Automat more open source, because this way you don't really need a separate GitHub repository. If you have Automat binary, you can see how everything works. But then will come other additions into the music, because I cannot talk when somebody else is talking at the same time. So this is the first step. If you have Python, then that will allow you to play with Automat out of the box. But there are more things we would like to do here. So instead of having Python do all of the heavy lifting of compiling Automat, we would like to have a built-in compiler. this built-in compiler will have to be standards kind of compliant, so it will have to build the dependencies. But yeah, basically that. So that you don't have to install this CLang. So installing LLVM is just awful experience. I don't think anybody should go through this. So I call it built-in runpy. The thing is, the compiler is just one piece of C++ build of process. It's almost at the very end. This is the simplest part. The complexity comes from making sure that every file is compiled using the right flags and options. Right now, this is done by a Python script that we call runpy. But it's called this build planner. Because the whole idea with this build planner is that instead of describing the project in detail, like you would do with CMake or any other build system, the kind of philosophy that we're kind of following here is that the build planner should look at the sources, and that should be it. Sources should be enough to guess what files relate to each other and how they should be built together. So the builder should guess all of the linker flags. It should be able to guess which file is the main file of the program, how many main files there are, where are the tests, what dependencies do the tests need, the build planner. And currently we have a Python script that does all of this, so it's not impossible. Then, once we have something like this, the traditional way to build programs where you have sources, you edit them, you compile them, and you kind of see, you restart Automat, you see how it works. It's super slow. So this is not how I want to kind of program. So once we have built-in compiler, actually built-in compiler, those things are really not necessary. What we really need is this planner. The next step is this live rebuilding mode, where you can have an instance of Automat running, and it will recompile some files like a module and reload it so that it's so that you can edit the sources and pretty much immediately see the results in Automat. There are a couple strategies of how this can be done.
Asnan 189,072 says,
Hi, I'm new here. Just curious, what's the purpose of Automat?
Hey, it's a game automation tool. A game automation meaning that if you have a game that requires repetitive actions, like I was playing Total War, and one of the exploits required kind of quite complex sequence of actions. I had to open unit menu, click one of the units, quick save, quick reload, and then cancel the unit. You know, it was a whole kind of sequence of things, and every time it took like 15 seconds. The point of Automat is that you can record macros, and those macros can replay sequences of actions. So here is a macro that moves the mouse and clicks it. If I play it, see, it moves by itself. And yeah, it can do lots of things. Here it's moving and clicking mouse. It can also click keyboard buttons. And it has tools for doing more advanced stuff, like it can capture other apps and it can perform text recognition on them. So even if you have bitmaps in a game or a text somewhere in the game world, it can extract this text and it can use it to do stuff. And it has a rather crazy system of... It has a rather crazy programming system built in. This is using assembly. Anyway, it can do lots of things, but it's meant for game automation.
This reminds me of Selenium, an automation testing tool used in web development.
Absolutely. Selenium is very optimized for web browser. You write your scripts in JavaScript, you know, that will drive the browser. There are other scripting environments. There is AutoHotkey. Strongly recommend. I use AutoHotkey a lot. Not recently, but that was my go-to tool for a very, very long time. And it has a really nice scripting language for doing macros. So this creates a binding. See, Control Shift. Okay, lots of GUIs. It creates a binding for Control K. It says Control Shift K. Not sure. Anyway, it's a really nice utility. You just keep it in the system tray, and you can create custom shortcuts anywhere you want. The point of Automat is to do something similar, but hopefully without any programming language being necessary. The point is to use those kind of pieces you have here to build machines.
Can Automat also intelligently play games without the user having recorded actions to replay?
Not yet, not yet. This is something that's out there, but I think it's going to be fun. A lot of the AI models, you can actually send them images, like screen capture. And I've seen some videos on YouTube or on Twitch where some AI plays some game. This is totally possible. There is one thing I would do. I would totally use a local AI in Automat if I only can. There are some local AIs that can process images and where this thing works. So I will try to look into this. The one difficulty of this is that most AI models are... So if you want to use them, you either have to rely on some provider or you have to download a 100 gigabyte model locally, and then maybe not 100 gigabyte, but they usually take something like 20 gigabytes so that you can run it locally. And they use a lot of memory, so few computers can actually run them efficiently.
Asmin 189,07072 just followed on Twitch.
Hey, thanks for the follow. Yeah, right now I was describing the, say, plan for the next year. So right now we are bug fixing. The title of the stream says background image, but what we really are going to do is we are going to add a fire animation. So there was this maybe a little bit cryptic point on screen that fix error display. There was a feature in Automat, there is still code to do it, so that when an object has an error, like this one, it says no window detected. Right now it's displaying this totally broken rectangle that actually should be around the object. But we are going to change this. It's going to burst into flames where it hits an error. But okay, so this is what we are going to do today. What we are going to do next year. So there are a couple different kind of threads of this. So the point is to make Automat editable by any user so that you don't have to set up any custom environment. You don't have to download LLVM. Hopefully, I don't want the user to have to download some code editors. That's a terrible experience. Once you kind of download it, you know, the flow of editing, Automat should be simple. If you, like, Automat should also include a C++ handbook. So embed C++ handbook. This live recompilation, this is going to be tricky and I think fun. There are a couple of ways this can be done. One way, because obviously when I say live, I mean without restarts. This is super hard to do in a running application because a running application has lots of state and pointers. It has data structures allocated in memory, like a complex object. And when I want to reload this object, like, what do? If I just forget the old object and put a new one, the new one needs to be initialized and it's not going to keep the old data. So the data is going, it's going to be tricky. There are some strategies for how to make it work. One of them used by Linux kernel is to only replace functions, and if the struct layout changes, they just bail out. So this is how Linux can do live kernel updates. So you can patch a kernel without restarting your computer. When I say Linux approach, I actually mean Linux kernel. But this is very limited. And if you want to update the struct, there are like whole companies that help with those patches. You have to write a tiny program that will kind of translate the data from old layout to new layout. It's terrible. Another option would be to divide Automat into different parts, kind of modules, so that there could be a core Automat, like an engine, and each of the objects would be a separate entity. So that would be a compartmentalization approach. And this is how Python does it. It's called this Python approach. So in Python, few people know this, but Python is a live environment. So when you import a Python module, it's being loaded in memory, but when you edit the sources on disk, you can call a reload function on this module. And a reload function I mean, it used to be called reload, but Python 3 changed some things. You still can do this. It's just a little bit hidden. You can do Python module reload.
Anhasis says,
Hello. Reload function try.
It's still called just reload. Yeah, it's in import lib. I love this function. I used it a lot on, so there are those programming competitions where you have to write marathons, where you have to write a program that will play a game against other teams, and the program has to run for, 2 days. And this saved me so many times, because if you have a long-running program that accumulates information about the state of the game, those games were partial information games, so you didn't see the whole map all the time. You had to kind of look around and remember stuff. So this reloading was incredible because we could keep all of the state of the game, or everything that our bot has seen in one module, and the logic in another module. So when we wanted to change the logic, for example, to tweak the bot behavior or tweak the visualization, we would just reload the one single module, and the Python would basically keep in memory all of the state, but just reload, for example, the web interface or the logic for playing the game. This can be done in a couple ways in C++. One way will be to use shared libraries. Shared libraries are tricky for live recompilation because quite often you have just bugs. They cause seg faults, they have memory leaks, they can have infinite loops. So reloading this is not impossible, it's just very tricky because all of those edge cases, all of those error cases, they have to be handled in a very careful way. For example, we can get rid of memory leaks by using a custom allocator that's keeping track of this library and takes care of deallocating everything at the right time. So it is possible. We can take care of seg faults because we can intercept them and say, oh, this module crashed, this object crashed.
Tell us your thoughts about Python 3.4 Turin. Unlocked guild and free-threaded mode.
Oh, I love it. Yeah, this is how it should have been working for a long time. I mean, this is literally how...
772 says,
why would you need to change the gameplay logic?
Yeah, I'll answer this in a second. So the thing is, it is very hard to write multi-threaded code on modern computers. Like, average computer has like 8 cores now. I don't know what Steam says about average computers nowadays, but it's definitely, it may be more than 10 cores now. It's very tricky to write this code consistently, and I think Python with coroutines could lead to a really nice, really elegant way of writing multi-core algorithms. Yeah. The only issue is that now every programmer has to actually think about this log. So I don't know actually how Python implements the new thing. I guess you just need to use mutexes everywhere, standard way. It's also something that I care a lot about because, computers are multi-threaded, and especially in this graphical environment, I think in a visual environment, thread management is a little bit easier because you can see visually that there are like 2 different kind of pieces of this machine, and they can work in parallel. So by optically looking at it, you can see where they interact. And it's easier in your mind to make sure that all of the invariants are maintained.
Gunhasses says,
Are you aware of Lang, which combine goodness of Python and Rust?
That sounds interesting. I will take a look at this. Maybe now. It sounds long. Because one of the nice things about Python is that you do not really you can write at a very, very high level, and it is not going to be the most efficient at runtime, but who cares? Because you can write a script in 5 minutes rather than an hour. Yeah, there are some small improvements that I think Python could benefit from. So even from this like very high-level syntax view, this shortcut fn rather than def, this is so much nicer. But braces are a questionable choice. Because if you are using braces, then it means that you can write. You have a lot more flexibility in code kind of layout on screen, and that invites bad ideas. it's very tempting to format your code on a single line often, and it's not great. And the 2-character assignment, I know Python also has this assignment operator, but you know, when somebody new is learning language, the power of Python is that you look at it and it's so clear what everything does. Like equality, the mathematical equality is everybody gets it. So I think programmers, when they are too far away from normal people, they come with those crazy syntax ideas. And they think, oh, this is elegant, this is very nice. But in reality, when some like regular person tries to program in this style, they will be confused by, say, what are those braces? Why there is a colon before equality?
Asnin 189,072 says,
I feel that there are too many programming languages, and at some point, we're going to have to just focus on what we want to build, instead of dividing developers over many languages. Just a thought.
Yeah, it's a programming Tower of Babel, and every new language is another level in this tower. I want to see look at some example to see how it looks. Asteroids, that should be graphical. It looks like this language is compiling to JavaScript.
Gunhasses says,
It is quite old. Pascal had it first, I reckoned.
Yeah. Another thing which is also Go has this every source, so there are multiple parallel namespaces that organize code. So if you have your source code, normally you have this scattered in different files in different directories. Many languages like to complicate this, and they introduce extra modules on top of it. So this is what you see here. Go also has this. Java actually tried to get away from this, and Java went for very weird, deeply nested directories that are kind of meh, but the advantage of the Java approach is that you don't have different module organization here in the files and in your directories. I think the fewer parallel namespace systems you have, the better. So this is a negative for me. And this is a negative for me. If you look at C++, C++ is even worse. Like it it has, C++ has directories, it has include paths, directories and include paths that you need to take care of them. It has namespaces, and it has the C++ modules, and the modules are a completely different thing. And all of those systems, they interact in funny ways. Preprocessor doesn't care about modules, it only cares about, or namespaces, it only cares about directories. Name lookup doesn't care about anything else except namespaces. And those three different namespaces that your code has to use, C++ is really messed up language. But this is the same mistake happening here, where you have different file system organization and different module organization.
Asnin 189,072 says,
In math, mean, define.
Gunhassis says,
Python is great. Go sucks, Java sucks more. Exactly as 989,772.
So in math,
Define.
colon means define. There is this colon equality. I honestly haven't seen colon equality anywhere. Let's ask DeepSeek. Define something for us. So it's using equality, but I've also seen colon used here. So usually after this notation, E belongs to E, you put a colon, and you narrow your definition.
Asnin 189,072 says,
It's typically used in proofs to define a symbol. Taking an algo class this semester.
Yeah. Okay, so in the place where DeepSeek used vertical bars here, I think I usually see columns. Not sure. Maybe, but mathematics is written slightly differently across countries. There are cultural kind of traditions.
Gunhassis says,
Use Polish language for LMS. It has great accuracy.
Yeah, I heard it, and I wonder what to be about this. So, yes, you asked another question, not related to programming. It was about why doing live recompilation here in Automat. This is because the goal for Automat is to do like all sorts of fancy stuff, and it can only do all sorts of fancy stuff if it can be customized. So when you download the binary, I can only write, so many objects. It's actually very time consuming to write a new object. It takes me about a month to create one of them. So I will not be able to create, thousands of objects. The point is to make it possible for users to create their own objects. And this requires some kind of easy, approachable way of customizing Automat. Right now, you can replace the background. That's the only thing you can do. But the point of this replacement scheme is to also edit the sources. So in the same way that you can drop in an extra image file and that image file overrides the background, the plan is to use the C++ sources in the same way, so that you can drop a C++ source that overrides some Automat function, and Automat will just use your source file instead of the stuff that it has built in. I want to take a look at the V language, and there was one more approach I wanted to list here. I still don't know which approach I will choose. This is the project for January next year. The other approach is to use process isolation. And out of those two, process isolation is way, way easier, but I don't like it. I have a bias against process isolation. I think if you have direct access to memory and all of the stuff that you want to read, you can just read from memory, you can write to memory, and it just happens. I think there is some elegance to this, maybe not elegance, actually quite opposite, the opposite of elegance. It has some scrappiness to it. You can, mess with memory that doesn't belong to you, and that's nice. I think this should be normalized. So I think this process isolation path is definitely easier. So this process isolation would work like that. We would have a core Automat engine, and each Automat object would be living in a separate process. It would have a protocol, and you would send IPC messages to other process and receive responses. We can make it work graphically, like textures can be shared across process boundaries, input can be shared. It's relatively fast. Fast. There is some penalty in terms of performance, but I think the bigger penalty is in terms of flexibility. I just like having the ability to read memory of other things, and I think when everything lives in the same address space, so process isolation different, and shared libraries same address space, I think it's just cooler to be able to mess with everything. And I think this approach will be nicer
189,000.
long term.
72 says,
All this seems quite systems heavy. One needs to know about OSes and PLS drop.
Yeah, but only I need to care about this, because if I implement this, it will just work for everybody, so that it's like assembly, right? Automat has a built-in assembly. Sorry, not assembly, machine code. Let's write a loop. This one.
Would this work only for games or for any kind of graphical system?
Yeah, any kind of system, hopefully even not only graphical. You can set a register to 10, and the register has value 10. So this is, for example, how assembly works within Automat. You have those cards, and each instruction is a card, right? And if assembly is presented like that, you don't really need to be a programmer to use it, because it's a little bit easier. So there should be some universal math -1. So here is a loop that will execute, for example, this macro 10 times.
Wait, so is Automat an AGI in some sense? Who sets the goals? How does it know how to play the game, which action to take?
You do. You have to build a machine that will play a game. So here is a macro that will move my mouse. So my hands are here, like it's moving the mouse by itself. Actually trim this macro a little bit. And it's going to play this macro 10 times, and then it's going to capture a window, for example. Yeah. And it has a counter here. I can run this. So now it's moving. It's moving stuff on screen, and you can see in the register it is counting. So it is at 6 right now. And this assembly, this is actual assembly. So it's running. I mean, I don't know why it has to be that fast, but it's nice to have something that runs fast. So for some small logic within Automat, you can use this system. It should be over in a moment. Yeah, and it finished. And it tried to do some OCR, but failed.
But wouldn't it be difficult to program these macros for the entire game? Are games so deterministic that we can give Automat a huge set of macros to finish the game?
I mean, the point is not to play the game end to end. I mean, it depends. If you are writing tasks, then what I've seen is this. This is actually enough. This is actually. So I was playing Kingdom Come Deliverance with this, with those simple kind of mouse movement macros. They are super precise. If I zoom in here, you can see that those events, they happen at basically millisecond accuracy. So if I move from one event, for example, this one, 596. Yeah, this is sub millisecond. I played it in FPS games, and games are relatively deterministic. I mean, they have this tick. Every frame they have a tick, and they collect input. As long as you send the input in the right frame, the game is going to play the same. And there will probably be some cases where there will be desync, but I haven't seen many of them. Actually, I've only seen them in Mario early on, but it turns out Mario, the Super Mario Bros, is actually super sensitive to timing. When I was playing Black Myth Wukong, it didn't matter, because Black Myth Wukong is so permissive. You have like hundreds of milliseconds of slack to activate, a skill. And in Mario, it's like single frame. You have to be frame perfect. Modern games are slightly more flexible.
B or B?
Yeah. So I think this built-in way of tweaking Automat objects should use shared libraries approach. It's going to be harder because it's going to crash, it's going to have memory leaks. But we will work around this. We will figure out how to make this work. Because the benefits are that you can use pointers across objects, and it unlocks so much speed, efficiency. You can just read other memory of other objects. I think this is something that was lost when applications were divided into different processes. I cross it. I will just do it like that. And there is this, there are also ideas to put an editor within Automat, but I think they will come later. Like once Automat can extract its sources, rebuild itself, this is the plan for the next year. But I think if it's successful, it's going to be awesome. It's going to be way easier to edit shaders live from within Automat. The compilation time will be much, much lower. I was looking at VLang, so let me see what else it has. Okay, this is... there are some strange things in this language, which are... This is a... I think this is a bug in the language, really. So when you are defining, I guess, this is a return variable. This is how you define a return variable. The whole point of putting the name of function before the return type is to align, is that the name is the most important part of the function and it should come first, and then arguments and then return type. And because you are putting this return type before the function name, it breaks this whole thing. So why do you put a return type at the end if it's also at the start? Yeah, this looks like an inconsistency, like somebody forgot what's the point of shifting types to the end of the signature. That's one. And the second thing is mutable annotation for return type. This is strange. Shouldn't this be... Oh, it's not a return type. This is a member function, I think. So this is a function that acts on a vector and that can return another vector, which is an offset. So you mark some functions as modifying functions. Actually, it's more justified. There are still probably ways to resolve this. Yeah, for example, like that. Here you have v2.random, and it's more clear that, hey, this is an extension function for the v2 type. I think this syntax is slightly more clear. Struct mut. Somebody had too much Rust. Not everything has to be mut or mat. It's so strange. Like every struct just makes all of the fields mutable anyway. What's the point of mutable if everything is mutable? Nice. I actually wonder. So one of the things that Python does is that it gets rid of different number types. Everything is a number. And internally, Python uses GMP or something like that to do big num. You can have you can have very, very large numbers in Python, and they keep their precision. If you have floating points, then Python can be messy just like any other language, but for big numbers, it's very convenient to work with. And it's also using unsafe. So the tokens used by the language are very inspired by Rust. Unsafe is it's not a good name for the thing that it describes. Unsafe is a marketing term in Rust, because none of the things that you mark as unsafe are really unsafe. They are just exempt from analysis. So this is typically used, I guess, this is probably some kind of cyclic pointer. I haven't seen the context defined anywhere, maybe it's below. Again, like I think this mutable annotation, there's way too much mutable here. If everything is mutable, then this is... there is something wrong here. I don't mean it should not be mutable, I mean that the language should not put mutable at every place all the time. If anything, maybe something like the opposite approach could work, where you mark stuff as frozen if you don't want them to change after some point. Yeah, pretty much const, to make const instead of mutable. Okay, so I don't think V is really an improvement over Python in any way. It's really making it less flexible, less usable. I don't think you can... okay, maybe you can do duck typing here. Maybe there is a way to do some runtime polymorphism. But this is like the basis for Python. You have a function that does something on integers. You can also pass a float or a string, and it will just work. It may do crazy things with strings, but it will do something. And this moot everywhere is like, this is copying something that shouldn't be copied. Most programs, most algorithms work on mutable data because mutable data is how computers work. Computers don't like to create copies all the time of the same data. Once you have a heavy structure in memory, it's much, much cheaper to mutate it in place. So this approach should be the default, and probably const should be, at least looking at this example where everything is mutable anyway. Mutable should be default and const should be the explicit thing. I also wonder what's the reason for changing the this or self to a custom name. Does it really help with what exactly? I'm nitpicking, honestly. It is a good language anyway. So, but a lot of languages, they obsess over language design, like Go, for instance. Go was made by syntax maniacs. They made a really nice language. Not everything is perfect in Go. They would change a couple of things, but they definitely pushed the syntax game ahead. Okay, GG is some external module. What can Sokol do?
Back. Are you going to be programming on this stream?
Yeah. I was just looking at VLang and how it's doing stuff. I'm just looking at some of the stuff in the Sokol library, seeing if it has anything interesting. It looks like just a set of basic functions that for like bootstrapping new projects, but maybe some of the libraries could be actually usable in Automat. It's definitely, I like the philosophy that it's using header-only libraries. I don't need that. Here.
CP Chakar says,
I guess I was bought in low. Got to get lunch.
Okay, this is not exactly what I... Strange library, so it has very basic shapes like 3D figures. It's probably used for generating meshes. So I don't know in what other context you would have those fields there. It's even using 16-bit integers for indices. It screams it's doing some mesh generation.
as 989,072 says,
I'm used to the compiler tool managing packages for me. It's hard for me to wrap my head around header files in the preprocessor replacing includes with source code.
Yeah. It really helps to just pass some arguments into compiler to print the expanded file, like the -s, I think, is for printing the preprocessed file. Okay, the plan for today, let's start with this simple bug fix, the macro recorder connection.
DP Chica says,
E preprocess S assembly.
Oh yeah.
as 989,070 says,
I feel like modern languages should provide package module features. Is that not the point of higher level languages?
CP Chica says,
And there is C.
Okay, this is a joke. I'm not going to look in the manual for this. I know it would work. Yeah, C++ doesn't do this. You really, you're on your own. Yeah, you can basically compile a single file. Anything beyond that, the C++ standard says whatever. You link it yourself. But the nice thing is that it produces files that you can link yourself and you can mess with the linking process.
See securely bug in new argparse.
But it will work, right? Because a single letter option will just be enabled. So I think this is the... So this is a object called connection widget. This is the stuff that's rendering connections. Oops, within Automat.
As 989, 770 says.
What editor is that?
CP Chica says.
Or maybe it's not a bug because assemblers also support includes.
Yeah, this is it. This is Z with a custom color theme. Yeah. If in color themes you will look for Automat, you will find this theme. It's not finished. It still has some issues. Some things are red.
Did you compile it from source or got it as binary?
As 989,070 says.
I use Vim because it supports programmability. Have you used Vim before?
So Z, I got a binary release, and it's actually, it keeps updating itself all the time. Even right now, it wants to restart itself. And yeah, I did use Vim. Actually, it was a requirement at my school to use Vim. We literally had a class on Vim. And the teacher would come to you and they would ask you to do a replacement, for example, or some very simple operation in the file. And they would see how you do it. And if you would do it manually by, you know, moving and replacing text, you would get like low, but a passing grade. If you would use some not macros, but replacement commands, then you would get a high grade. And if you wouldn't be able to input text, you would fail the Vim exam.
TP Chica says.
As 989,772. He is on dark side.
Okay, so I see that whenever a texture widget is being asked for its anchors,
Emacs is open in background.
oh yeah, I don't use Vim normally.
As 989,072 says.
I don't have Emacs in the background, but I have a keyboard shortcuts to start Emacs. I don't know why it starts on the other desktop.
CP Chica says.
I'm just waiting for him to whip out red lightsaber.
Hey, they actually fixed something, so the terminal is not blurry anymore. Ah. There's so many changes. Yeah, they are adding new stuff. Lots of new stuff in Z. Okay. I'm looking at this terminal. Unfortunately, it doesn't really tell me much. I need to print more info. What do we have here? Yeah, something is wrong here. It says there are 2 anchors.
Asnan 189,07072 says,
Can you explain what you're trying to do so that I can follow along?
Yeah. So I have this object here and this object here. When they are put together, a connection is created between them. And this connection has a texture. When I'm moving stuff very fast on screen, this texture is being squeezed on screen. We have a shader that does it to minimize the latency so that when I move an object, it will use the old texture but remap the points on this texture to new positions on screen. It's slightly different than how most games do this. Oh, now you can see it. The texture was completely broken in the center. It's a little bit messed up, but it sticks to the anchor points. And this is what I want to keep. I want those anchor points to stay in place. So now I'm checking how many anchor points. So this is working fine. It doesn't work fine when it's connected to the side. When it's connected to the side, suddenly this point here starts shifting around when I move it.
What do you mean that the texture broke in the middle?
I mean that the old texture is being squeezed and you can see that there is a deformation here. The cable is not really behaving, I mean, most of the time it is behaving properly, but you can see it's slightly warped. It's bended a little bit. It's not a smooth line going from start to end. It gets a subtle deformation, but only when it's moved very fast. Yeah, so maybe it's hard to show this. Maybe on debug build. Yeah, on debug build I will definitely be able to show this. I have a theory of what's wrong. We will have to play with it a little. Yeah, it's using the first possible point, which is wrong.
Does the code handle things differently when things move faster?
Okay, actually on debug build the issue doesn't even happen. Yeah, it does. The code actually tries to... So there are a couple of threads. There is a thread for which renders stuff, and there is a thread which processes the user input or system events. And the point is to process user input as fast as possible. And if rendering is slow, the input should still work fast. You should still be able to do everything as you would do normally, even if the rendering cannot keep up. Okay, unfortunately the debug build doesn't have this issue at all. Don't know why. It's strange. Maybe you can see a little bit here that there is a very thin line. And the thick red line is kind of warped a little bit, and it moves behind the skinny red line. Not sure if the stream is able to encode it, but there is some warping happening here. It's bizarre. Why does the debug build work okay?
Could it be because overlap of renderings?
I mean, yeah, the rendering is happening in an overlapped fashion. This is actually a very good word for this rendering approach. But no, the issue happens because we are picking the wrong anchor point here. I think there is let me find all of the places where we use this. Quite a few of them.
Apologies if I'm asking basic questions. I've never done graphics before. I've programmed in other domains, though.
Yeah, no, this bug in Automat is a logic bug related to wrong anchor points being used. So when I have a texture rendered for the previous frame and I want to squeeze it a little, I'm not squeezing it in the right way. It should be fixable. Fine. I need to see how this works. maybe the other version will be cleaner. Okay, I think what I need to do is I just need to use this root cable function. The root cable sounds complex, but it's actually a very simple thing. It goes over all possible endpoints and calculates the distance between start and endpoint and picks the best one. The endpoint is going to be the arc line. I don't think arc line stores its endpoint.
Is Automat also a product you're developing as a company?
No, it's a open source project on GitHub. Yeah, you can get it. I think the Windows build is... I would actually recommend to try to build it from source, because I think something is broken on GitHub. It says that it's passing, but I was checking this, and I think it wasn't actually built in a couple of months now. It says June 11th. So something is wrong here. It is uploading new releases. So there was a release 12 hours ago, but I think this build is actually... I'm not sure if it's the most up-to-date one. This.
I'm on MacOS. I gave out my ThinkPad with Linux to a friend who needed it. We'll try it out when my friend returns my laptop.
I need to make a macOS version. A lot of the people who I'm talking with, they are using macOS. It's strange. I haven't heard of many people using macOS for gaming, but I guess... Oh yeah, now it works nicely. See, the cable is now sticking in place. Here and here, yeah. There is a little bit of code repetition that maybe we could address. Oh yeah, working way nicer now. This is not perfect still, but...
So the problem was with the anchor points being set incorrectly?
Mm-hmm.
What was causing the offset?
Who's picking the first? So each widget, or which widget? I shouldn't call them widgets. Each piece can have multiple points where other objects can connect to it. it should be probably more flexible, but right now there are just, each object can expose a couple of them. And instead of picking the closest one, I was picking the first one. So the one on the top. Get rid of this log line, and it would probably be good to, because I think there are 3 different places where the same logic is being used here. When finding a texture anchor, I am doing this. When figuring out the bounds of a texture, I am also doing the same thing, essentially. Yeah, these 2 points and root cable. And there is one more point. This is the trickiest one in the animation. I would like to clean up this code a little bit before I commit this. Okay, I don't need to create anything extra.
Do you have a day job?
No, not right now. I'm a full-time hobbyist programmer. So there are... Stick function already computes everything. I can reuse this data. I don't need to... Yes. I don't need to ask the widget for connection positions multiple times. It's being done in tick, and maybe I can keep it like that.
Nice.
I think...
I assume you have a lot of past work programming experience?
Yeah. I did used to work on computer security a lot. Cyber security. Bot detection, this kind of stuff. It's not very related to this project, except one aspect, which is possibly in the multiplayer game automation. This is a very, very tricky subject, because sometimes multiplayer games should be automated, and sometimes not quite. It really depends on the situation where it works and when it doesn't work. I mean, when it's okay and not.
Why did you decide to turn into a full-time hobbyist programmer?
Because of this project, actually. I wanted to have more time to work on Automat. It's something I could do, theoretically, outside of work, but that would create many... I mean, even at work, people told me that it can be a corporate project, because I think... I mean, Google has some internal mechanisms like avenues for employees to work on their own project and to turn their own projects into Google projects. That could work. But there is... and I think Automat could be developed as a Google project, but not in the initial stages. In the initial stages, there are way too many decisions that have to be made very quickly. By very quickly, I mean, let's say in an hour or in a day, and the Google process for making decisions is very, very slow. You need to write a document, share it with others. You always have a team, at least a team that has to agree. Actually, if you have a team, this is actually the fastest way to make decisions, because quite often you have to have multiple stakeholders that have to come to meetings, you have to prepare presentations and so on. Doing very simple changes at Google. I mean, for example, one of the things I was doing at Google was extending the OAuth protocol of new features to catch bots better. And it took many years to extend the protocol with one extra field. Because this OAuth protocol is used by, thousands or more than thousands of companies, probably hundreds of thousands around the globe. A lot of user data is stored there, so it wasn't an easy change, And it's not it doesn't only apply to big protocols. At Google, most of the things you have to do very carefully. And in a greenfield project like Automat, which is different, this doesn't work as well. Oh yeah.
How do you manage finances if you don't have a job? Asking because I might do something like this in the future and want inputs on how to make this possible. I'm based in the US.
Yeah. Savings. Savings are the best way to make... And there's one more thing. And having a spouse. My wife works in game development, so she kind of makes money, and we also have some savings. Now you can see this effect. When it reconnects from one point to the other, there is a deformed texture for one frame, so you'd have to kind of pause the stream or something to see it. But it's there. This deformation is more visible now, I think. Oh, so I'm asking for texture bounce after tick. This is perfect. I can delete this and this. It's just as good as it was. And there are some blogs about, it's called financial independence. Find it? It's in my bookmarks. Oh yeah. This one was a good one. The big things, the big takeaways from this blog is to reduce expenses. If you can reduce your expenses high enough, then you actually don't need a lot of savings.
I'm incredibly frugal and take a lot of joy in being intentional in my purchases. Most of my enjoyment comes from people and cognitive pursuits.
Yeah, and programming is super cheap hobby. It's like one of the cheapest hobbies you can imagine, because you just need a computer and this whole area is now open to you. There are very few things you cannot do with, just a simple laptop. The only difference is that some things are faster on like high-end computers and some things are slower.
TP Checker says,
Cheapest until you want to deploy something.
I mean, if you're using your own computer, not other people's computers. I guess you're talking about cloud computing, and cloud computing is super overpriced. It's insane, but I once did the math of how much is my own computer worth it. If I rent out my computer at AWS prices, it was like, it would make more money than I made just renting my computer out. This is how much AWS is kind of taking for their computers. It's totally unreasonable amounts of money that they kind of charge.
As 989, 772 says,
AWS costs are at a high.
TP Checker says,
In talking about deploying in general.
It's not. So they use slightly different GPUs. But let's say this is actually very similar to my GPU. It has a similar amount of RAM. I have more, actually have more VRAM, and I have a slightly higher efficiency CPU. So how much this machine is worth per month? Okay, it actually went down a little bit. This is how much, pretty much how much my machine per month would cost to rent. This is slightly beefier. So maybe mine would be like 200 euro per month. It's crazy. It's better to just buy a PC and use your own local machine to do this kind of stuff.
As 989,072 says,
I wonder what it would be like if physical hobbies were as accessible as programming. We have a lot of talent in the sciences that don't get into the sciences just because of lack of labs and equipment. Maybe VR would make this possible.
Yeah. This is a problem. Computers are such a powerful toy for science, for art, or for like economic activity, and most people cannot, like, very limited access to them. It's,
for example, chip design, microbiology, etc.
actually, for chip design, there is probably a lot of people who are using computers as, I mean, obviously chip design is mostly computer aided. Nobody's doing chip design on like technical papers with rulers and pencils. Yeah, but in other areas, yeah, programming is a big hurdle for most people. You want to use your computer to do stuff, you have to kind of learn to program. This is something that has to be, programming has to be fixed. Python was a very good, is a very good project because of that. Python makes programming accessible to a much wider audience of people than the languages made by language lawyers. Something that's simple and anybody can use. This is fixed. I still want to tweak this code a little bit. Somewhere here should be function.
I think programming also helps improve one's thinking process, helps linearize and formalize thoughts.
Yeah, that's true. It's fun as a mental sport. It's also a performative kind of thing for some people. You know, there is this way of getting, like, many people derive pleasure from creating complex things for the sake of creating complex things. Or solving problems in creative ways. But those two use cases, or those three use cases, as a like mental exercise, performative kind of act and practical thing, I think it's dominated by the performative, like the programming as a area, a domain of human creativity is dominated by people who push it towards being more formal, more technical, more scientific, when in reality it could be more artistic, creative, and more aimed at practical use. Python does it. This is why I like Python so much. And the VLang is taking Python and trying to push it in the other way. Let's make Python more formal. Let's make Python harder to write, less flexible.
Thank God you said complex and not complicated XDI.
Yeah, English it's not my first language. It's maybe it's not what I meant, because complex has it has a couple of meanings, I guess. Something that's composed of more than one part is complex already. A pair is a complex. I have this root cable function, and I am calling it always with these 2 points.
Your English phraseology is as good as a native speaker's, though.
Only in some areas. When it comes to, like, food, I have no idea how things are called, for instance. I think root cable could only be called once in the tick function. Should I fix it? It will probably introduce more bugs. Simulate cable physics. It's also calling root cable. Ah. Okay, there is a little bit of spaghetti here. I don't want to touch it now. but I will leave a comment about it so that I'll clean it up later.
I've gotta go and work now. It was nice meeting you. My name is Ajay. I will catch you when you stream next.
Cool. See you around. Okay, so this bug is fixed. Now we can move on to this. First thing is, let's start with the error display. There should be somewhere in Automat codebase a shader that does fire animation. Fire paint. Yeah, it's here. Interesting. I don't remember how it worked. It's just a noise. Noise, and you can apply noise to itself recursively, and it creates this moving noise thingy. First step, put it in the assets directory. I'm not sure if calling them RT is a good idea. everything is called SKSL. Maybe I can just call this error. Okay, this has 4 elements, x, y, z, blah, blah, blah. It should also have RGBA. Probably doesn't have left top right bottom. Okay. I think there is a better way to encode the rectangle with center, width and height. Maybe this one is better. No. So this is what happens when there is an error. The object is being drawn and on top of the object, we are drawing some error thingy. Actually, this is a tricky function to implement. Maybe I will run this later. None of those uniforms are important. We really need these both. No time. Okay, that should be drawing fire over the object whenever an error happens. So it should cover the whole object with fire, if it works correctly on the first try. I'm changing top to bottom because Skia's using the CRT coordinate space, which starts at top left of the screen, and Automat uses mathematical, kind of how we are taught in school, where lower left is the origin of coordinate, and Y goes up. Trigger an error. And this is our fire. It's not moving. super cool. By changing the mask of this fire shape, we can create like waves of fire emanating from object. We can create plumes of fire going up. But the first thing that's missing is the movement. Time doesn't work. Time is definitely large, maybe too large. How the shader handles time. Should be a float. Okay, maybe this is one issue. Need to use a correct data type here so that this works. That was the issue. The animation stops, and this is another problem. If there is an error, probably return true, but it is animating constantly. This red rectangle. I will do a short break, grab some food, so I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Maybe 25 minutes. So, see you back. Go back. And we do this fire. I think the fire isn't looking bad. I have some issues with it though. Issue number one is that the shader assumes that the shape of the fire is a rectangle. It's not going to fly. Automat has a lot of fancy shapes, like this one. This one is actually shown as drawn as a circle in Automat, so that one actually has to be fixed. But there are objects with fancy shapes like this one. Yeah, it's a fancy shape. Or this timer. Timer also has a fancy shape. When those objects have errors, the fire has to have the right boundaries. I think maybe this is possible. Who knows? So first of all, I will draw this fire below the object so that it doesn't look as bad. A very simple change. Now the fire is behind. The description of the error. Where could it live? Oh, it can capture my desktop. So the fire animation is there. It's not perfect. What else may I like to do here? I would like to move this error display somewhere else. It's not very readable when it's below the object. The cable is being drawn on top of the error message. I think the whole idea with errors in Automat was that an error is actually an object itself, and it can be manipulated by other objects. But this we can submit. So many broken things, I don't know even where to start. Maybe I can look into this shader, because it would be nice if it was possible to have fire with arbitrary shapes. And right now each of those shapes has to be encoded as SDF. It's signed distance function, pretty much. So this is our box SDF. L is more like box dist. You can see it starts with 0 and grows outside. Yeah, see, it doesn't really follow the curvature of the object. And what is C? Smoke detail is not used anywhere. Detail is a hard-coded value. I wanted to see what's up with this C. And looks like the noise. This is the only place where we have the noise function in the main shader code. So we are subtracting box distance to attenuate the fire outside of this box. And we are also modulating the noise by this expression, and this is like half a gradient. So the noise should be stronger on top, decreasing strength to half in the bottom half. And this is multiplied by 4. So C is the mask. This is the fire mask. see what is in C1. This one should just be black and white fire. I move it the right speed. And basically keep the fire in place. So the way that the fire color is achieved is that this is being just multiplied by itself many times. Let's replace C1 with F for fire. It's actually a nice way to do a gradient. So this will make the red the dominant color. The green is going to appear only when it's fairly bright. And the blue is going to appear only when it's absolutely at its brightest. So this fire should actually have all of the colors. Probably scale this F a little bit. Its noise is probably be a little brighter. Maybe I should clamp this to 0,1. Now the fire got hotter. Because there is more green. I still don't see blue. There is a little bit of blue. Very little though. This is pretty much the temperature of the fire. The nice thing I see in this shader is that it should be possible to extend it to arbitrary shapes. The only thing we will need is the input texture, but I think this is kind of doable in Skia. The way to do it is to use image filters. So we are not going to draw a rectangle anymore. We are going to draw something else. We need Skia docs. When I say Skia docs, I obviously mean Skia source code. Shouldn't be an effect. Those are path effects. This is something else. Are not image, are filters. So this is what we need to include. Include effects, sketch image filters. You already have it, okay. Sketch image. We are going to do, we are going to take Gaussian blur. Is blur. To specify sigma x, sigma y, input image. which is actually going to be empty. Let's try with 1 centimeters. Centimeter, 1 centimeter. Probably too large, but let's see. Then input image, which is going to be empty. And a rectangle that we will use to crop this shape. We are going to use this. So this is half of the effect, and it's just going to blur our fire right now. That's fine, that's fine. Let's see how it looks. We're not actually going to draw fire and then pass it through the filter. Fire is going to be another filter in the filter chain. This is just some kind of tiny graph processing system used by Skia. So you can see our fire, it's there. It's even moving a little bit, you can see. It's just very, very blurry. And also I used 1 centimeter, which is, yeah, it's way too high of a blur. Let's do 5 millimeters. Let's reduce this, let's see where it starts looking nice. I think this could be fine, because I'm not actually going to draw, so we'll remove our shader for now. I will not do draw rect, I will keep the shader. I will draw path. I think it's going to still be at the wrong coordinate. It should be fixable easily. The change is tiny, but instead of drawing a rectangle here, now we are drawing the actual shape of the object. If this was a slightly different object, I don't know. I don't know how to trigger error in any other objects. Maybe in this one I could. No image available. In these image filters, there is one image filter. Should be using runtime effect. Runtime shader filter. This is what we want. I remember something that was a big issue. Yeah, I remember we had to do some crazy coordinate transforms. Anyway. Image filter should be based on our builder. We are going to pass iMask, an argument, and the blur going to be demask. For now I will not change anything. We'll see if this works. Probably won't work. I just wonder how it's going to break. Do this. so that we can see something. It's kind of what I expected would happen. Our shader is basically sampled 4 points on the screen. Those are corners here. The current matrix is not applied to the shader. I want to see how the blur alone will look. Should just be a black shape around our object. It's not being drawn at the correct position. doing more and more of those options way of solving problems. So the problem with this they both work fine, but there is a bug in Skia that makes the runtime shader coordinates a little bit broken. Uncommented this. I have time. I will figure this out. Yeah, you can kind of see what's happening. This point here, I think it's only 50% red. Yeah. It goes to 7F. And this is 7F, 7F. And depending on the zoom level, see what happens. The worst thing is what happens when I zoom in too closely. Suddenly, bam, the color range changes. And there was a solution to this, and the solution to this was to reset the canvas matrix to unit matrix and to apply this transform to kind of send this matrix into the shader. So the shader will work in pixels. It's just very weird. I submitted this to Skia. Maybe it was actually fixed in the some more recent version. Actually, let me check. Okay, so this is the bug report. It is assigned, so somebody's looking at it, but there were no updates for some time. Yeah, it happens if you do save and restore, but it also happens when you just do drawing with image filter. You don't really need save layer for this issue to happen. Okay, this shader actually is anchored in the upper top left. You can see thin red line and thin green line on the first pixel. So everywhere else is maxed out. It's clamping on 1-1. You obviously need to send this matrix into the shader. It's called this ICTM, current transform matrix. Right, nice. Now, one thing I can do is I can take error, comma. This is probably compilation error. Just printed. Yeah, should be frag core. Yeah, I need some better. Why wasn't this error reported to me? Come on. Maybe I'm doing this wrong. Maybe it should be CTM on the right. I don't know. Let's see. Maybe let's move this. Maybe there is a bug here. Maybe it should be post concat. Something is wrong here. So resetting matrix definitely helped because this red and green lines on top and left right the screen, they are consistent. They don't disappear when I change the zoom level now. I see. Yeah, that was a mistake. I need to invert it. This inversion is always possible. I don't need to check the results. Let's call this TX to local. I forgot. CTM transforms local coordinates into pixel coordinates. Oh, this is good. It has 0, 0 here, and it increases towards right, and that should be half. It's good. Nice. Nice to see things are working. I will remove the... I will change the mask function. Nothing. bring back this. So that now the gradient should move along with the object as I'm dragging it around. And then I want to see if this... Maybe I can do eval with local co. Come on, compile. Too many things are happening at once. Let's first print the local coordinate, see if this mapping is correct. UV is probably wrong. Yeah, it's moving with the object and it scales with the object as well. It would be really nice if this worked. This is just the shadow of the object. Sadly, this does not work. Yeah, now it's working fine. To bring back the blur. Now we will have arbitrary shape blur in red. Maybe I should, I don't know, embrace the pixels, do everything in pixel space. I need to map this to my, let's see, through the CTM. It's a nice blurry shape now. I should maybe increase this radius. Times 2 causes clipping, maybe times 3. There's no clipping anymore. Let's make it burn. Yeah, but step by step, I think we can start by maybe switching from local pixel coordinates. First start with UV. UV is totally broken right now. Be fixable though. Okay, I think this is correct. Yeah, the object is somewhere in this rectangle. So UV is correct now. Next is noise. Noise is using the local variable. Let's change this to px. See how the noise looks now. I removed the multiplier because pixels have much higher scale. Yeah, slightly too high. Let's try to divide this maybe by, I don't know, 1024. Divide it by something. I hope GPU can do very fast. This kind of division. It's just shifting the exponent. Okay, we have some moving noise. Maybe do it like that. Scrolling a little bit too fast. Of course. And we're also in screen chords, so everything happens in the opposite direction. We are in the mirror world. So the fire burns downwards. But okay, noise looks correct. What else is using the local coordinate box? Deer. Should be working already. Actually, this box deer, box dist, they are going to be gone. Just remove them. We will sample the mask instead. Radius. The radius is irrelevant. I'll get rid of it. Now this is our mask. I will remove this red color. Instead, we will use alpha. This is slightly different than box dist. It's 1 minus box dist, kind of, here. If this works, this should look almost like fire now. Should be the fire mask. First we have to change the direction of time. The fire should go up. And then maybe rotate uv.y by swapping the top and bottom. It's going up. It's nice. Something not right with this UV. because it doesn't grow wider towards the top like it used to. Now this has a shape. Maybe I need to swap also this. Oh. Now it is growing wider towards the top. Local is not used. Ext local can go away. Radius is unused. Mask time and those boundaries. Maybe that should be 1 here. There are still those small pieces of fire which are kind of going up. I guess now it should feed off them. And I think this is kind of it. Maybe I'm doing this runtime shader past the bounds. Oh. There. Okay. I'll be right back. Okay, fire is almost looking like a fire. I think I've seen a speck of fire side of the canvas. I think I will reduce the clamp to 1.1. Anyway. So that was the mask, but really here this should be clipped. And this is the clip. Okay, switch to the fire shader. See how that looks. It's not great because it should escape outside of the bounds. Of this. Maybe I can multiply this part by 2. Should make it larger, I think. we divide by 2. What to do with those edges? We'll see in the red channel how this behaves. I want to kind of scale this. So this should be a proper distance function. So it should just keep increasing forever as I further from the object. There is no filter like that. So this is my default distance function, blur-based distance function. I think instead of writing random operations, I should think about this for a moment. Yeah, garbage. Have a function that goes like that. And this is where I would like this function to start. So I would like to have something like this. I need to multiply it by like 2 minus 1, maybe. Maybe that will shift it out. Okay. Actually, this looks decent. If I expand this to be 4 minus times this. Just like that. Should be the new fire mask, and that should look nice. The fire density is still a problem. I don't know. I will have to figure out something. looks like this part is more important. I will increase the multiplier here. Just made the mask sharper. It's not necessarily good. the reason it becomes fancy when I zoom in and becomes smooth when I zoom out because there is UV PX here. Let's try using UV for the noise. This could work. Scaling now started to work. Maybe I can increase this radius here. That's large. I mean, half times large. Now this is a nice fire. Bring back the object texture. Sweet. Now it's burning in a really nice way. And because it is kind of per pixel burn, I could maybe do something fun with it. I could draw it on top of this object and also have some fire come into the object. This should be doable without changing anything in here. It would be nice if this works. Instead of having blur as an image filter, it's probably kind of expensive. I could apply it as a mask filter. I'm not sure if this will work. It does work. See? Oh. This should save a lot of pixel shading, because only the pixels outside are only going to get shaded. There are some subtle artifacts visible here, but let's ignore them. But now I can actually move this after the object is being drawn. So I can draw the fire over the object, and I can actually combine a couple of those mask filters. corner radius 1 millimeter. It's definitely wrong. Maybe this is 1 millimeter, but it's kind of wrong. This title. It's the only radius I see here. Yeah, it says 3 millimeters. This actually makes sense. to be const exp. The problem is this also rounds the bottom right corner, but that's fixable. Corner is now handled correctly. This one probably not. It's not visible. What to do here is instead of outer, I wanted to see how inner would look like. You know, I would have to also invert the path. Not what I wanted. Outer should also be outer. And now we can have a burning ring of fire around the object. There's an issue with 1 pixel in this mask. I guess this mask is not quite anti-alias. Should be done before drawing. Aliasing is not helping, unfortunately. This shape, it has to be fixed. It's wrong. It's just wrong here. Go in the corner. that should fix the corners. I'm not sure about this inner fire. It's not that bad. Could work, I think. What's wrong? What is wrong? Let's do top left, right, right, left. I think that's correct. I hope. Most good. And it's just upside down. Finally. Took a while. It's a little heavy still. I like that the fire outside and inside are kind of consistent because they are using the same noise basis. We have issues at the boundaries. Some edge, single pixel issue here. Shader mask filters are going away, good to know. Same for this. Oh, YouTube API is down. I disabled the CTM because we are resetting CTM anyway. So it doesn't matter. Maybe this will fix the anti-aliasing issue. Who knows? No. Okay, now we are performing a third draw. This isn't great. Maybe Skia will actually combine all of them and do like screen space shading, so that the shader is not really executed each draw call, only when they are finished. Till this point, it's static. Not make it static. So don't think this anti-alias probably. Maybe I'll actually save one of these draws. Change this style to stroke and fill. Issue still happens. I will set stroke width to 1 pixel. We are working in pixel space, so this is convenient. Makes the problem even more pronounced. Change this. Let's do 2. What is that? It's probably because this blur doesn't want to cover this stroke. I'm not sure if Skia is going to like this. Those are essentially three calls that could be combined into a single intensity and then shading pass. You can even see the thickness of this line here. I don't know why the issue happens now. It really looks like there is some anti-aliasing happening. I don't know how to disable.
CP Chica says,
Okay, so we have Windows burning down before Lena steps down from LCML.
I'm not sure what you're referring to. Ah, yeah, Windows burning down. Yes, this is something metaphorical there. False is default.
Windows and those mini windows in Automat.
some scales and some positions, the two clips, they just connect perfectly. When I zoom in, sometimes there is this thin line visible here.
Scaling math gone wrong?
Not sure. I'm guessing that this path is probably not pixel aligned. It's never going to be pixel aligned, very rarely. I think this is the issue. Skia, when it draws path that is not pixel aligned, it's probably sometimes including some pixel and sometimes not. Especially when those mask filters come into play, things get complex. Mask filter is a step in the Skia's processing pipeline which allows it to, instead of rendering the original object, to draw the, like, for example, blurred edge. This is what we are using here. Okay, there is a way to probably fix this. I will commit this first. The solution is to use something called save layers. So I can tell Skia to render to a completely separate texture and then blend this new texture with something that's underneath. When I'm doing save, I will do save layer. I can specify bounds, that's good. And it has to be a pointer. And the paint. This is the important one.
Thief
That's what happens.
says.
Hey, Knight.
Hey, everyone.
This is why I committed the change before switching. Oh, actually, this is wrong clip. Maybe it's because of this. No. I'm changing the error shader to just return red, flat red color. I want to see if it's even invoked or not. Yes. And it doesn't care about this clip. I will bring this back in a moment. First, let's inspect what do we have here. Do we have anything in the mask? Apparently nothing. shader should be equivalent to no shader. So can I just draw the path? Question number 1. I draw the path. No, there is no path here. Get rid of save layer. Will I see something? Oh, I will not, because I'm overdrawing it. Or not. Okay. Okay. So save layer breaks stuff. Is the same bug I dealt with earlier. Or if there is a image filter attached to paint, it's going to get wrong coordinates. The solution will be to reset matrix here. Yes. Okay. Just to work. Let's restore the blur. Yeah, now it has a very dark blur outside. And bring back the clip, why not? So the thing is, drawing just those blurry shapes is relatively fast. It's just black fill. And I can draw the black border on the edge now.
Lyrical Darkness says,
What are you working on?
A couple answers to this question exist. Right now I'm trying to add a fire animation to pieces which have errors within Automat. And that begs the question, what is Automat? And Automat is a tool for automating games. I mean, from the player perspective. It's not for developers, it's for somebody who plays a game. This stuff is anti-aliased. Why is it anti-aliased? They keep saying, do not anti-alias this.
What's the point of such a software?
And there's plenty of games that like to waste my time, and that makes me kind of annoyed. This is why it exists. Like, especially when there is some leveling in the game which requires you to repeat the same action over and over, hundreds or thousands of times. This is when the macros come in. I typically use AutoHotkey, and AutoHotkey is decent, but I think it could be better.
So, it's for like bot farming.
Yep. Pretty much. It's not listening to me. But whatever, that doesn't matter. I think I should be able to comment this out, and it should look nice now. So this is the fire animation, this tiny shader. So it has a noise function. FBM, I'm not even sure if I use FBM. I mean, FBM, okay, and this is the wrong thing. This is just cloud-like noise. Yeah.
What makes this specific program superior to all the other ones?
I wouldn't say superior. There are different ways of measuring this. I think one thing that makes it different is that it doesn't have a language. I mean, it does have a sort of a language, like machine code. You can use machine code to do some programming. But this is really kind of advanced. Most of the time you would pick a macro recorder, record a macro, and get rid of this. Yeah, now you have a macro that moves the mouse, and you can make a loop like that. And now it's going to move the mouse forever in a loop. It's very fast to use because it doesn't have any programming language. It's just components that do stuff. Components or parts or pieces. And now we have a nice error animation.
The GUI is insane. Did you design and code it yourself?
Yeah. with the input from viewers. So the edge issue seems to went away.
Nice work, man. That's crazy.
Thanks. Let's stroke with. Maybe I will try playing with this. Let's try like 4 pixel stroke, and I will actually blur it. This will be normal. Or maybe even inner.
Is this your hobby project, or is it your main source of income? If it's not, what do you do full-time?
It's a hobby project. I used to work on cybersecurity. I actually used to work on bot detection, so from the other, say, side of this problem. This doesn't look that great. Maybe just try normal.
Why did you quit cybersecurity?
It's like several reasons. I think the main one was that I wanted to work on this project, and it would be hard to do it at that company. It was a lot of companies full of red tape. Whatever you do, it has to go through committees. There are groups of engineers who evaluate everything. It's an endless kind of cycle of making presentations. Yeah, and getting consensus from people. It's a type of management that actually works very well for like big projects where you have to kind of act in a responsible way, but not for random ideas or like very artistic projects. Like the stuff that I'm doing right now with fire, I would have to spend, before doing the project, this fire animation. If I was doing this at Google, I would first have to spend between 2 weeks and a month writing it a design document and convincing people that it's a idea worth pursuing. And I may not be successful at that even. This blur added actually some issues. Also, in the branch where I was I was taking care of detection of bots across many platforms. Basically, the problem was basically solved. There were just maybe 2 types of bots that were still undetected, but it wasn't a particularly challenging area anymore. Maybe now it's harder, now that LLMs came out, because I left Google before LLMs became... before the ChatGPT revolution. I broke. Oh yeah, I know.
What about now? Are you planning on getting a new position? Or if not so, how are you planning on paying bills?
For the time being, I have enough savings to keep working on this project, and my wife is working in game development, so she's making money. And they are releasing a game which is coming out in, I think, 9 weeks. Cooking Simulator 2. They don't like this trailer at the company. I don't know if they have... They do have some gameplay. There was a demo a couple months back, so this is from a demo, probably.
Didn't they also make the supermarket together?
Yeah, it's a fairly large company, like 50 people, all of the assets, everything. I love this UI. The guy who made this UI is a genius. He's not working at the company anymore, but yeah. So nice. So clean. It's really incredible. I'm not sure how it's rendered in a game, this UI, if it's actually pre-rendered and if those are just images or if it's interactive. But yeah, this is how programming should look like. I'm going to save this image. Okay, now the issue is gone. So the fire is nicer. The fire is now inside and outside of the object. And that should work with objects with any shape. So theoretically this object would also burn. Let's try it. Let's try it. So I've added a temporary modification which will raise an exception when timer starts. Should see how timer looks when it's burning. If the shape code is correct, it should have the funny shape.
CP Chica says,
I just filed tax reports. I might retire before in-30.
Okay, this is burning timer. I think it looks nice. The shape is not really accurate, so there's some issues here. But it's nice that the flames are kind of enveloping the timer. It's not just behind, they also kind of come inside. This could work even nicer if we had a proper, instead of having this blur thingy, if we had a distance SDF representation of a shape. Unfortunately, SDF is hard. I mean, you could use SDFs, but... oh no. Errors actually, in Automat, errors can carry data. So errors can have other objects inside. I'm not really rendering them properly, but the plan is when an error happens, it should kind of pop up like in a comic book next to the object. And the reason for that is that once it pops up like that, you can actually kind of remove the error and throw it in the trash or do something with this error thingy. Yeah, okay. Time to submit this, or not submit this, I need to write a comment here.
Well, Cherno went into robotics.
Nice. Oh yeah, I remember. He's making an environment for simulating robot behavior. I'm actually not sure if this is going to be the right way of doing this. I mean, so this is the problem of robot dexterity. How do we build robots that can manipulate stuff? And one approach is to put them in a virtual sandbox where you can simulate their behavior. Yeah, I know this idea. There are a couple different people who explore this. But the way almost all mammals have very good coordination, like cats, humans, monkeys. Most mammals, right? Not all of them. They can walk on the trees and not fall to the ground, right? Squirrels and so on. Mammals are super dexterous. But the thing is, when a new mammal is born, they become dexterous within days of being born. They don't need thousands of hours of simulation. It's the learning rule which governs the motor cortex, the cerebellum in the brain. Cerebellum is the part of the brain responsible for coordination. It follows slightly different architecture than the rest of the brain. The rest of the brain has layers, and in cerebellum you have different kind of neurons, pyramidal neurons, and they have different connection patterns. They are more like, and there are a couple different types of neurons in cerebellum, so they are working in a different way. It's not probably trained using, brain probably doesn't use backpropagation almost at all, but in cerebellum you almost certainly don't use it. So the AI approach that people are using with training data and using training data to, figure out a learning rule is probably, it's probably being used right now just because it works with other neural networks, but it's not particularly efficient and it doesn't really lead to clever robots. Like if you train your robot using machine learning approach right now to manipulate something, it's going to be able to only manipulate that one thing in that one specific way. It doesn't extrapolate like our brains can. I mean specifically in the motor context. Yeah, I don't need full canvas save here. Or maybe I do. I'm doing a clip. So this and this I'm going to submit. I will keep the timer here. This stuff. Go away. Go away. Go away. So we have fire. Fire can have arbitrary shapes. That was fixed. Pretty good day. I'm about to end now, but I will mention one more thing. One more very important thing. I wasn't able to buy tickets for the CCC, but this evening is another round of ticket sales. So on this webpage, tickets.events.ccc, in 2 hours and 12 minutes, there will be ticket sales. Once the ticket sales open, there are about 5 minutes before they all sell out, so, or even less. So if you want to get tickets and you still haven't got them, that's a good time. Actually, the only time to get them. Anyway, this is it for today. See you on Wednesday. We'll be polishing Automat. We'll keep polishing Automat more and more and more until the end of the year, when we will switch to the new biggie project. That stuff from, where was it? Here. Yeah, this is next year. Anyway, see you next time. Bye bye.